Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Divinely Design Studio. For those that don't know, my name's Nicole, and today we're here for some craft productivity sprints. So, because this is a relatively new thing on my channel, I thought I should probably tell you what it is all about. So as you can see, I have all my craft down here. Normally, I'm just sitting here talking about books and all that sort of stuff and maybe doing some diamond painting. But today, I'm actually going to do some sewing. I have some hearts to sew together. I did start doing that last week. Forgot to press record. So it didn't happen for me, so I just stopped doing it. I thought, you know what, I'll work on them today and get them all done. Please do let me know in the comments if you can hear me okay, because I do have my mic off to the side. So yeah, so basically I'm just going to move some things out of the way. So if you can hear me okay, just let me know. I might have to move the mic to somewhere else. So yeah, as you can see, I've got everything everywhere at the moment. But yeah, so we're going to be spending some time together. Last week, I think we were here for about three and a half hours or something. We're going to do some crafting, and I encourage you to head over to your crafting little whips that you've got there, pull something out and maybe do some with me as well. Of course, if you're watching this on the replay, don't forget to like the video and leave me a comment and let me know what you were working on, because I know not everybody can make it to these live streams. These are the times that it suits me and all that sort of stuff. All right, so I can see that we've got a few people here. Today I'm going to work on my heart quilt. I'm going to make a start on getting that together. The plan is to do 45 minutes of hyperfocus on our craft, where I'll move the camera down. You'll be able to see what I'm doing. You can see my sewing machine's all set up and ready to go. Then we'll come back, chat a little bit, see how we were going, yeah, what you ended up working on, if you ran into a problem or anything like that. So yeah, that's sort of the plan today. So what you will end up seeing is when we go to a sprint, let me just change the screen there. You can see a little timer has just popped up in the corner. It's set for 45 minutes. When that starts, we'll go quiet and we'll hyper focus on what we need to do, because I make lots of mistakes when I'm talking. We all know that. If you've been around for a while, you know how many mistakes I make when I'm talking. So yeah, I'm more than capable of talking through my crafting and all that sort of stuff, but I find that when I go to live streams, that basically I end up just sitting in the chat and chatting and get nothing done. So this way we can get some stuff done together. If you're not sure what to work on, as I said, I encourage you to head over to your whips, pull something out at random and just start on that. And that's a good place to start. While we're quiet, I am actually going to be listening to a lovely story that I'm listening to right now. It's called The Last of the Moon Girls. It is by Barbara Davis, because I often listen to books when I'm crafting. It is by Barbara Davis, and it's a magical realism. It's a lovely story of a girl coming back home after many years of being away, and it's got that practical magic vibe to it. So I'm really digging the story at the moment. So I'm going to finish listening to that. I've only got a couple of hours left on that one, so I should finish it while I'm crafting today. And then once I'm finished here, I will be heading back over to that side of the quilting room and loading up a quilt, getting ready for that to be quilted next week. I've got to make a backing for it. I've got to cut binding for it. I've got to do all the things for it. So that's what I'll be doing this afternoon. I've got a massive list of stuff I've got to do, and I'm also doing some filming as well. So you would have noticed that some Stitch With Me's have been going up. We do actually have a Quilt Tube episode coming up as well. And diamond painting videos have been going up. I still have not been doing tutorials, just having a little bit of a break from that. After doing this for 5 years, it does get a little bit tiresome and whatnot. So as the banner says down below, introduce yourself, share what you're going to be working on today in the chat, get to know one another, let us know where you're watching from as well. And now I can take that little banner away. Look at me getting all professional, hey? So yeah, so one thing I wanted to talk about that we talked about last week was the crochet that I've been working on. Now, you know, I'm making the daisy blanket. If you haven't seen last week's video, the replay is there for you to go and check that out. But I said I thought I was doing knitting. It wasn't. It was crochet. Like I was doing the little samples. Like it's I said I do have a book. I just don't know where it is. It's up there, or it might be on my other bookshelf, because I do have some other craft ones in there. So what my plan to do was to teach myself how to crochet and knit and all those sort of things. Now, this has just got bits and pieces hanging off it because I didn't know how I was going to put it together. But I've decided that I'm just going to use a different color to, where's my bin gone? No, I'll just leave it there then. I'm going to use a different color. So I'm doing these little swatches. They're about 10 centimeters. Got my mat upside down, which is not helpful. They're about 4 inches by 4 inches, which is, I think, is about 10 centimeters. And so I've just done like testing the tension and all that sort of stuff and trying out the stitches. So probably what, 400 stitches? What are you talking about? It's actually 500 classic and original patterns. It's by Linda P. Schaefer. I've had this book for ages. I don't even know where I got it from. But it has all these different stitches in it and all the rest of it, 500 of them exact. And I thought, you know what, I'm not going to do every one of them, but I could have a go at a lot of the different ones, and then I can just make a random blanket. And these more dense ones, I might have to do a few of them to go around the outside, and then the inside can be just all the little classic ones. So as I said, it's a complete book of crochet, stitch and designs, and I'll just show you some of the pictures inside. So this one is Fantail shells. So you can see there that it's got the different patterns in it, and it just goes through it, and it shows you how it's supposed to look, and it's got the little pattern there to follow on what you do and all that sort of stuff. And it's really, it's such a simple book. I don't know if it's got patterns or anything in the back. It's just all stitches, all like even these sorts of stitches as well. So all the different things that you can do with crochet. So that was what I was talking about. And obviously I got a happy birthday from Lush, and I kept it as a bookmark. So on my birthday, I use this as a bookmark, but I've got it in here at the moment. And I think I may have actually got this as a birthday present one year. So I'm just using acrylic at the moment. I didn't start my scarf like I wanted to. I could probably take this out now. I don't really need that in there because that's just going to get in the way. I'll end up cutting it or something useful like that. So we'll move that out of the way. So basically, I've done one. One is better than none. But it was something that I started, I think it was last year I started doing it, but then I got sidetracked by the daisy blanket that I'm making. But I thought it would be a good idea to do that because I can work out my tension, I can work out the different stitches and all that sort of stuff. And and I'm just using cheap acrylic from Spotlight. Like you can see here, this is another one that I had started and I made some mistakes in it. So it's a good way to practice and get the hang of it without watching a video, because I find when I watch a video, I don't retain that information when it comes to, that's still a work in progress, that one. When it comes to doing the, if I put it down for a bit, I've got to go back and watch that video. So I'm just trying a different technique to see which way I lean with crochet. And then that way I can, start retaining that information. I don't know what that is about it, but I'll watch a video and then I'll do it, and while I'm doing it, and then I might have a couple of days break or whatever, and then when I come back to it, I just have no idea what I'm doing, so I've got to go and rewatch that video. I mean, it's great for the creator, that's wonderful, but I'd like to be able to retain that information and not have to rely on a video every time I want to crochet. Does that make sense? So that's what I'm sort of going to do, what I'm trying to do. And I think by doing that, reading the pattern, and look, I know how to read patterns, knitting patterns, all that sort of stuff. I just don't know how to do it, which is really weird. I've actually taught people how to read patterns and stuff in the past, but don't ask me to put it into practice, right? So hopefully you've got your cuppa. I've got mine sitting there, the first one of the morning. I had a very late night last night. I do a big sprint over on my BookTube channel on a Wednesday night. I don't finish till 11 p.m. And I didn't get to sleep until about 12:15 last night. And I was up very early this morning when Neralee went to work at 6 a.m. She left at 5:15 or something like that. So I can see a nana nap forecast for today as well. It's a lovely, we're supposed to get rain today. It's overcast and everything in Kingaroy, and the temperature right now is only 17 degrees, which is cold for me. Hence why I've got a singlet, a shirt, and a jacket on, and I've got my winter skirts on as well. So yeah, and sneaky slippies on as well under the table. All right, let's have a look and see who is joining us today. Christina is here. Hello, Christina. Thank you for joining. Almost ready to craft with you today. I found a bag of granny squares that I did not use in a blanket, and that I made. So in the blanket I made them for, and I have enough yarn to make some more, to make another blanket. That is awesome. Using up those little bits and pieces. I'm really like feeling like getting into the crochet and stuff like that. I really want to make some more. I've got 15 of the centers made for my daisy blanket, so I'd like to finish those squares in maybe the next couple of weeks. I'm not in any rush to do it, just want to cruise along with it. But I forgot what hook size I use. I'm exactly the same. I'm pretty sure that I used a 4 for that one. And we're about to have supper, and hugs to the like button. Thank you. Any ideas how to figure it out? No, just start crocheting with what hook you think it might be, and go from there and see if it's the same. I'm not much help at all, am I? Like, that's just terrible. Excellent. I'm glad that everybody can hear me. That it's just, I need to move it away from like where I'm working, because I don't want to cut the lead or anything like that. So it's just in a different spot. And it's off to the side, and I'm looking forward. So I'm hoping that it might duck in and out every now and again, but that's just because it's off to the side. Do let me know if it doesn't suit you, and I'll put it up. And just a warning too, I have a video coming out, and my microphone was doing something hinky. I have no idea what it was doing. But I have done the best I can with the audio on that. It's a 50-minute video. For the most part, it's okay, but you'll find there's a couple of little spots that it dips a little bit, and I just couldn't do anything about it. I don't even know why I'd done it. It's never done that. It's only ever done that once before, and that was an old microphone, so I don't know what the heck was going on there. Good morning, Anne. How are you? The sound is good. Excellent. Maxine is also here as well. Hello, hello. Thank you for joining. Appreciate it. Jenny is also here. No crafting today. Oh, no. That's sad. I'm sad for you. Working on around the garden flowers. No fabric. Yes. Maxine dropped in to see me yesterday. So as some of you know, I'm working on around the garden. It's a big felt project. Some of you may not know, because it's on a higher tier in my Patreon, although I have put it onto the channel now, some of the ones. So I'm talking about this mammoth project. This is Jenny's favorite project. She loves watching this come together. So this is where I'm at the moment. So we were talking about these flowers here. There's a little bit of confusion in the pattern about where the fabric goes and all the rest of it. But when you look closely at the pictures, it doesn't look like she's actually used fabric, and it doesn't look great. Maxine wasn't happy with it. So we made the executive decision yesterday to not do any fabric. So yeah, I'm not doing fabric, and I like how it looks. So I'm okay with it. So yeah, so hopefully you'll get lots of flowers done, because Maxine is traveling at the moment as well. So yeah, and Maxine caught me very unawares yesterday. I was in my jammies. I hadn't brushed my teeth. My hair was all still from getting out of bed, and I was having a bit of a slow morning yesterday morning. I should have just got up and like I normally do and get dressed, but for yesterday I'm just like, yeah, it's all good. I've got hours before my sprint starts. I can just potter around. Got me. And I will not be caught unawares again. So yeah, I was so embarrassed. Anyway, it's fine. Pam is also here as well. It's near dinner time here in Arizona, and I'm not working on anything at the moment, but I may pull out a whip at some stage. Happy crafting. Thank you, and have a good dinner, and hopefully you can pop back in and let us know what you're working on. So as I was saying earlier, how to work, we'll chit chat for a little while, usually about 20 minutes to start with. I just like to say good morning to everybody and let everybody know what's happening. and whatnot. So you'll see a little timer come up, and that's when it'll go quiet, and I'll just move the camera down. You'll be able to see what I'm doing down here and all that sort of stuff. And we're going to hyper focus on our project. So while I'm talking, have a look in your whip box and see what you have there, and something that you want to work on, something that you've been putting off maybe. Let's get some stitches into it, or sew it together, or maybe cut some things out. So while we're talking, you can listen to me just prattle on and whatnot, and you can get yourself sorted out, because we've probably got another 5 or 10 minutes of talking before we end up going to a sprint. That was what I was thinking too. I was just hoping someone knew an easier way. There would have to be a video somewhere for that, because I feel like this is not a problem that is rare. I feel like this is a problem that is always on some crafter's problem, you know, like to solve and stuff like that. So yeah, I feel like that there'd be a video out there somewhere, for sure. That's not true, Nicole. You were super helpful. I'm glad I was helpful. Yeah, I'm glad that I was able to help you before you got on the road and all that sort of stuff. But I must say that your flowers and your using your punches and all the rest of it have made for some pretty shapes to do that ring around the outside on that. So it's going to look absolutely wonderful when it's done, and I'm looking forward to seeing the finish. So do share your progress as you go. You've got my card now, so you'll be able to hit me up on Facebook. You can send pictures to Messenger and stuff like that when you get a chance. That'll be great. Jenny says, yes, I do love your felt project. It's going to look amazing. All good, just not 100%. Oh, okay. So you're not feeling the best today, just having a chill day. Hopefully you'll feel better very soon. I've just touched something that's had wadding on it, and I can feel it feels like spider webs on my face. It's the pitfalls of quilting, because you touch all this stuff and it's got like little bits of fabric on it, or it's got little bits of wadding on it, and then it's just like it itches me like crazy. So in the first sprint, I'll probably duck off and blow my nose and get rid of it. And for some reason, it's always around my nose. It just drives me mental. I hope you feel better soon, Jenny. Around the gutter, it looks great. It is getting there. I was overly ambitious in saying that I was going to do a season, because it's broken up into seasons. I don't have the box out. I put it away to clear up here. So it's broke. I'll just stand up and you'll be able to see it where we're at right now. I knew I shouldn't have wore this long skirt. It drags on everything. So you can see it's broken up into 4, and it's broken up into seasons. This has like a little pond section in it as well, so that's why this goes up into here. But it is actually 4 sections, and then around the outside it has all these houses, and then there's an inner circle that has all these little flowers in it, similar to what's on the tree. So but yeah, so I was being overly ambitious in saying that I was going to do one of those seasons each season. Yeah, no, that's not happening. So yeah, that's definitely not happening. So basically I've now sort of resigned to myself that one section will take a year. I mean, it's not something that I work on all the time, because it's a project that I've never done before. Like, I've never worked with I've not really worked with wool felt before. Like, I've done some little ones and stuff like that, and this one has really taken precedence over the little pillow that I was doing. But I just feel like I want to take it slow. And when my friend Gail bought it for me, she did say it was a project to do while Savannah is at uni. Now, Savannah is at uni for 4 years. And this was a little while after she started. So I still have 6 months after she's finished, and it'll be the 4 years. So I figured that if I just do a little bit at a time, vlogging my progress and all that sort of stuff, people can see what I'm up to. Sometimes I do a little bit more, sometimes I do a little bit less. It just depends what's going on the day and on the week and all that sort of stuff. But I am enjoying doing it that way, because instead of it becoming like, oh my God, I've got more to do, it's like I pull it out, I do a little bit, I'm happy with what I've done, and then I put it away. And I'm happy to do that. And the good thing is, whenever I work on it, I film it. So we actually do get to see the progression and how many hours it's actually going to take me to do this thing. It's something, and it's something that is slow stitching. It's not something that I want to rush or anything like that. So I'm really enjoying it, doing it that way. A lot of other people are probably getting frustrated with it, but anyway, my craft room, that's how I do it. So if only I had enough hooks to always keep one with every project. Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Awesome of you. That was not too much trouble. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. We'll share. Awesome. That is not the Wheel of Time one, is it? Yes, this is the Wheel of Time one. It's called Round the Garden, but what I was going to do while I was listening to the Wheel of Time, I was going to craft on it, but then Wheel of Time became sprints, and that's why I didn't end up doing it, because I would listen to it and do like work stuff and all that sort of stuff. Because originally when I was listening to Wheel of Time, I was just listening to it on weekends, and I didn't have a lot happening on the book side of things. And so, yeah, so that's why it didn't end up getting done, because, yeah. Just, yeah, there's a lot to it. I have started cutting out the houses and everything like that. I did a Patreon live stream where I did the similar thing what I'm doing here today, except I talked all the way through it, and I worked on it. So that's a Wolf Out Ramble. So what I'm going to do is download that and then have that as its own video go up, and then basically do some editing in there and all that sort of stuff, and then and then I'll share that as an episode this month, and I've got more to do for next week, so that will actually end up being like a 2-hour video next week of the things that I'm doing on it and whatnot, close to it, maybe an hour and a half. We'll see how we go, because I'm going to be filming me stitching the houses together and stuff like that and put that in. So yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. It just ended up being too big. All right, we have got to the end of the comments. Hopefully now you've got your cuppa or your beverage of choice. You're sitting back, you're relaxing. You may be reading. You can also do some reading if you want to. That's entirely up to you, although we're not going to be talking a lot about books here. And we're going to do some crafting for the next 45 minutes. It's going to go quiet. And when we come back, we'll chit chat about what we've done, see how much progress and all that sort of stuff. You will actually get to see what I'm doing, because I'll have the camera going the whole time. But first things first, I'm going to duck off and blow my nose, because I can feel that wadding on my face. So yeah, it's not great. All right, let me bring up what we're going to have here. Once the timer starts, it's going to go quiet, and I'll see you all back here in 45 minutes. Okay, let me know if you can hear me okay. We've just come back. We've done our first sprint, which is amazing. So yeah, I've got all these little hearts and everything ready to sew, and you would have seen that I was cutting some stuff off. Sorry, I just got a really itchy eye all of a sudden. I cut the corners off, so I've pinned these together, and I'm going to turn these into pinwheels because these are the colors that I'm going to use up in the corner. And you'll understand more once you see the quilt tube. You'll actually understand a bit more because I talk about this quilt in there. So these are the extra ones that I cut last week on the live stream for the heart. And so I don't have these colors in the quilt. So there's 2 hearts in each color. So you can see here we've got 2 hearts. Okay, the same color, and that's the same for the rest of them. There are different variants in green and whatnot, but what I thought I'd do, so these colors didn't look so out of place, I would use the cut-offs from that for the pinwheels for the cornerstones. So if you remember last week, I said I was going to do hearts up, like do all the hearts and all the rest of it, and I was going to cut 10, so I had enough of these. I decided to not cut the 10, so I have 8 here or something like that. I'm going to remove 2 hearts from that pack, or maybe from this lot. We'll see how we go. And what I'm going to do with those is I'm going to incorporate them into a backing. And I've got a heap of, like from the other hearts, I've got a heap of these that I need to sew together and turn into pinwheels, and I'm just going to scatter like confetti on the back and then use that as my backing. So this quilt's going to take a little bit longer to do because I'm going to also be piecing the backing. And I've got a nice white like patterned piece that I've used in other quilts before it is actually a backing. So basically what I'm going to do is just whatever I've got left over, I'm going to create some different size hearts and all that sort of stuff, and then just make a backing big enough so it'll go out, and it'll just have a white border on it, so it will be on the back and it'll be what it'll be. It's not the front, so it doesn't matter if it's not perfect, but it'll be very randomized, very like confetti almost. So whereas the front is going to be a lot more uniformed and all that sort of hoo-ha. So I also have all these, I want to pick them up, all these little triangles that I'm also going to turn into pinwheels as well. So these are also going to be in the back. So it's going to be a lot of fun, and I'll probably put like 4 together to create a little block with a little, like make it a little bit bigger, but have little ones. I'm just going to play around with the backing. The backing, the front is what I'm mainly focused on right now, but the backing will be something that I'll just incorporate into this and use the leftovers, because I do have quite a bit of leftover fabric. I've got enough here to do a binding, a scrappy binding, and then I've got these little bits and pieces left over, which are the same as the colors on the front, which I have those 4 bits there that I'll be able to turn into little hearts, and like little 5-inch hearts or something like that, and scatter them throughout. And then, as I said, I have all of these half square triangles half square triangles to turn into pinwheels, and then I've got all the little ones as well. So I'm going to incorporate as much as I can into the back. So yeah. And I think I showed these hearts last week. We've got all different colors of them. We've got some more pink in there. We've got some purple ones as well. We've got some yellow, and this, you'll see this in the little peachy colors and all the rest of it. And I've got pretty much got 2 of each of those. So these were 10-inch squares, and these I've cut off the fabric. These were the ones that I had to add in. So last week when I said I was just going to do the rose, this is my very archaic looking pattern. Can't believe how rough this is. So what I'm going to do, you can see here that I've got a colored square in each one, in each corner. I'm actually now going to remove those squares out, and I'm going to replace them with pinwheels. Okay, so I will have 4 pinwheels, but I will have to build them out. So I'll add a little bit of white fabric into it and build them out. And then what I'm going to do is in the same colors as this, we'll see how we go. Well, have to be because I only have these colors. I'm going to create smaller hearts and have hearts as cornerstone. So originally I was going to have the hearts and then I was going to just have a pinwheel as a cornerstone, but now I'm swapping that around. I'm taking the pinwheel down into here, into the main part of the quilt, and then having the little heart up in the corner. I think that's going to work. This is very much an improv quilt. Like, it's just something that I thought this is what I'll do, and we'll just see where it takes me. So that's sort of what I'm doing right now. And I think for the most part, it's going to work. It's working in my head. Of course, I'll probably, you know, have to, like, these aren't going to get cut down. These will be the size that they're going to be. And then these pinwheels will end up being this size. 4 of them will end up being this size. So you can see that I'm going to have to add a bit of white fabric around them, which is okay because it'll just make them look like they're floating, if that makes sense. So in the next sprint, I'll be sewing these together and then creating the pinwheels. And then I'll probably sew a little bit more of the other pinwheels I've got there because they're all floating around at the moment and they're just going to go everywhere. So how did everybody else go during that sprint? What did you get done in your 45 minutes? Did you get a lot done? Did you not get much done at all? Did you get yourself set up? Because sometimes we use our first sprints to set up and all that sort of stuff. We did have, I think, a couple of people joined us during that sprint. Kathy joined us. This is awesome. Really great way to keep ourselves on track. Love it. I'm glad you like it, Kathy. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Wish it was morning here, however it's the evening. I did sewing though early today. Had to take a break from my hand sewing, just been busy and hoping to get back into it this weekend. Well, you can always come back and watch this and use it to keep yourself on track. Like, that's the beauty of live streams. They're there for the replay. You can pop back in and watch it and get yourself back on track again. You know, and just know that I'm going to come back for a chatty bit. And yeah, and then you can always put comments down in the comments as well. And I generally on the weekends check in the mornings comments and stuff like that. So you're more than welcome to drop them in there. So I will answer them at your evening, basically. I can choose to cross stitch, embroidery, or hand applique. My birthday is Sunday. Maybe I'll start a new cross stitch on my birthday. Sounds fabulous. I think I will do that. Maybe Saturday I could work on my hand applique. That sounds like a really awesome idea, and it's a great way to spend a birthday. Most definitely. Nicole, you are getting a lot done. Thank you. I am. I'm actually really liking this layout because I did do live streams where I was working on the Fat Quarter Shop and doing a block and all that sort of stuff. But I just need to, like, I've still got that one sitting up there that I've got to put together. So eventually you will see that. But I just like this idea of having a crafting morning and sitting here and doing the things that I need to do and being a little bit more productive, because what happens is I have the intention of sitting down and doing something, but then work gets in the way. You know, I've got to quilt a quilt, or I've got to put a binding on, or something like that. Don't get me wrong, I love doing that. That's why I do it for a job. But sometimes that is at the detriment of my own creativity. So I figured, how can I do this? How can I get through my whips? How can I incorporate, you know, me time into also sharing it with my friends and my online friends and stuff like that? So I figured, you know what? I'm just going to do live streams, and I'm just going to do it as like a whip and chat, but a live one where we do it like sprints. So I've incorporated what I do over on the BookTube channel into this one. And I had done this a little bit before where I was streaming to the channel from my BookTube one. But yeah, it was getting views and stuff like that. But I decided that I'd just keep the two separate. And then that way I know on Thursdays, this is what I'm doing. I'll make a little bit more progress. And I don't put this away after I finish either. I will set it up. I set my sewing machine back up because I actually don't sit down and sew anymore. I stand up and sew because I'm not hunching and stuff like that. But every now and again, it's okay to sit down. If I've got a lot of sewing to do, I chain piece a lot of my stuff, as you would have seen in that beginning of that sprint. And then that way I can just stand up and I get it done. And then I might walk away for half an hour. So I essentially do this when I'm sewing anyway. But I thought I'd do it with all of you. So yeah. Christine says, I can hear me. Awesome. Thank you for letting me know. Always a bit scary when you come back. Everything's working fine. When you go to a sprint, you come back and it's not so much. I think I figured out the hook. Excellent. Now trying to remember the pattern. From one thing to another. I wrote down the plan for the blanket, but not the rest. Silly me. Oh no. I do that a lot. But I just finished the third row and it looks good so far. Excellent. That is awesome. I'm glad that you're getting some stuff done. You've done heaps. All I finished is one flower. Look great. But if you've only finished one flower, you've got like hand stitching in that all takes time as well, and they're little too. So yeah. Jean has joined us. Hello, Jean. How are you? My presentation went awesome. Excellent. Although I feel like I literally slept for 4 hours. I swear that I didn't realize that, like, it only felt like 4 hours. Like, I would have to agree with that. Time was just flying yesterday. Like, it did not feel like I had done, like, I was tired when I started. And it did not feel like I sprinted for 10 hours. I think that 2-hour break in the middle really, like, as I go and do like all my nighttime jobs and stuff in that 2 hours. So I cook dinner for myself, I feed the cats, all that sort of stuff, bring washing in, do any dishes that need to be done in that 2-hour period. But it really does break it up and it doesn't make it feel like you've been sprinting for as long. But yeah, it felt like you had only just gone to bed. I mean, granted, we were chit-chatting in Voxer as well, which probably didn't help, about Nightbot being so rude. But I'm so glad your presentation went really well. I think I'm going to try and take a picture of the balls of yarn without them being outside. Yep, fair. That's fair. You're still trying to work out what colors to put together from last week. You'll have to let us know how you go with that. Set up my machine to work at standing up too. Can't wait until I can get to it again. Yeah, I just found like I'd get really fatigued. Like even just sitting here today and sewing, like my back feels fatigued. I mean, granted, the seat that I'm sitting on is not the best seat either. And the table's probably a little bit too low for me. But since I created the because like you can see my computer's up, so that is like kitchen bench level that it's sitting on, and my cutting mat is that, and so I just sit, my iron sits over there, my lights are there, that's where I film tutorials and stuff as well. And when I started doing the tutorials over there, I'm like, this is more comfortable, and I find that I don't sit for as long, and I have to move around, so it made sense to me to stand up. My back wasn't hurting, I was moving around a little bit more. Look at all this. I'm going to have to defluff myself after this. Yeah, so I just found that it was a lot nicer on my body, because I do stand up a lot for quilting over at the long arm machine. I don't sit down to quilt. So yeah, I just stand up over there, so I can be standing up for 8 hours, and sometimes I'll do exercises like squats and all that sort of stuff and stretches and whatnot while I'm standing over there. But I also have scaled back the amount of quilting I'm doing because I want to do it for a long time, and so I closed off my books. So now I've only got customers that have been long-term customers, and or have been people that have been on my channel for a long time, that send quilts to me from other states and whatnot. So you know, this is futile, right? I'm just thinking to myself, why are you picking it off now? You were going to be doing more sewing. So yeah, but like I just, from sitting here this morning, I can feel that my back is a little bit, you know, tender and all that sort of stuff. And when we do like sprints and whatnot, I generally get up and go and sit elsewhere in the house. I'm never really, it's rare that I'm in front of the computer unless I've got to do computer work, which sometimes I do have to do that. Hello to Jean. We also finished supper during that sprint, so I am feeling like I'm being productive. And now if I could just get the audiobook started, it would be on top of the world. Awesome. Jean saying hello. And yeah, exactly. All I do is sit and do all those other things, so I need to stand and walk more. Yeah, I am quite surprised. I had a Fitbit. I still have it. I just don't wear it when I'm around the house. But I used to say to because my partner goes, "Oh, you don't really do much. Like you don't get out of the house." I'm like, I walk a lot when I'm quilting because I'm walking backwards and forwards. So yeah, it's not fast and all that sort of stuff, but I'm still moving my body. And I said, actually, great. And then I put it on, and I do about 8,000 steps when I'm doing a quilt, depending on the size. And there's a lot of moving, stretching, bending, and all that sort of stuff doing it because you've got to check what's happening underneath. You're smoothing the quilt, so you're stretching out your arms to make sure that it's, and then you're stretching over, and you're doing this, and like you're doing all sorts of weird things when you're doing a quilt. And yeah, so for a big quilt, it's about 8,000. For a small quilt, it's probably about 5,000. But then even still, like when I'm doing housework and stuff like that around the house, because I walk from one end to the end of the house and I move around and all that sort of stuff, I can rack up like just in any given day, I can rack up 5,000 steps. I mean, but it's not fast, so it's not really counting towards heart health, but it's still movement and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. My Fitbit counts my crochet. Yeah, it would because you're moving your hand. But yeah, I don't tend to, if I'm sewing, the vibration from the sewing machine can trip it up as well. So I tend to take it off when I'm sewing if I'm actually purposefully counting my stitches and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. I mean, I sat there, crocheted one day and had over 5,000 steps in a few hours. I was like, whoa, that's awesome. That's funny. Yeah, like it is amazing that how just from around the house how you can rack up the steps and all that sort of stuff and throw in some stretches and all that. I even like if I'm really busy, I it sounds weird, but I actually do like wall push-ups and stuff like that when I'm like on the bench. I'll do push-ups and whatnot. Just before I do dishes and all that sort of stuff, or while I'm waiting for something to cook, I'll do some squats and leg lifts and all that sort of, but standing leg lifts and whatnot. So, yeah. Yeah. I got a message the other day on Facebook. You know how you get those memories come up and all the rest of it. 9 years ago, we set up the gym out the back. We got extra equipment to put into the gym. Like I had my elliptical trainer and all that sort of stuff. And then it was not long after that Mia come to live here, and then I stopped going to the gym. So it's been about 6 years since I've been to the gym. And I've tried to get back in there, and I just can't seem to find the motivation. But I seem to be thinking about it more and more. And it's really strange because we're going into winter and I hate exercising in winter, but I'm thinking about it more and more. And I'm thinking that, I just need to get in there, just need to get on the elliptical trainer or on the seated bike or something and just get some movement happening, because getting out and going for a walk lately has been near impossible because it keeps raining. And I'm not walking in the rain. I don't need to exercise that much. All right. So we have got to the end of the comments. So that means that we are going to do another sprint. We're going to do another 45 minutes. Let me just reset that. This time I'm actually going to do sew the hearts together. So I'm going to do some chain piecing, and then I'm going to do the pinwheels, get them started. I probably won't get the white fabric around these today because I'm going to focus on some of the other pinwheels and all these little pieces of fabric that I've got laying around. So I'm going to work on those scraps and get them all sewn together, even if it's just like a bunting. At least they're sewn together and not little bits of pieces flying everywhere. So I'm going to move the camera down. We're going to go quiet. We will come back when the timer finishes in 45 minutes. As the little banner will say, we'll chat more when the timer ends. So if you just got here, grab yourself a cuppa, grab yourself something to work on, even if it's just cross stitch, and we'll see you in 45 minutes, and hopefully you've made some progress. I'll see you soon. All right, we are back. Let me just fix that up a little bit. It's a little bit too high. There we go. As you've seen, I got all of the half square triangles are sewn together now. So I've put them into groups. Now I only have one. I have enough because there's 2 hearts in all these colors as well as these colors, but I've put these separate because these are for the outside corners. But I have 2 purple and 2 like greenish colors. So I'm just going to turn this into a pinwheel and put it in the back rather than waste it, because I used 2 10-inch squares for a project. For a tutorial, which was the ice cream cozy, and so I used those 2 colors together because they're my favorite colors. So otherwise I would have had a purple pinwheel and a green pinwheel, but I'm going to have a combination now. So now what I need to do with these is I'm going to press all these and then square them up. So just looking at them, they're going to be, by the time they're sewn together, I'll be about 4.5 inches. But right now they're sitting just on 5 inches. So I will square these up to maybe, I don't know. I think I might square them up to 4 3/4 and then put them together, and then that'll give me a decent size pinwheel. So that's probably what I'm going to do with those, and the same with these ones as well. But I've kept these separate because I need to keep these for the cornerstones. So that's what I need to do. But I want to get all of this stuff sewn together. So there's that. And then I have this pile of little ones to do. So I haven't, these ones are all sewn together. So I've got a whole pile to match up, and some of them have already got pins in them. So match up with their partners, and yeah, and then I'll stitch them through, and I'll do that in the next sprint. And once I've finished doing those, then I'll start squaring up. But I think I'm making really good progress with this quilt today. This may also be back next week as well. So we'll see how we go. I do have, I'll probably take little snippets of this and just explain what I'm doing for those that don't watch the live streams in the Quilt Tube one, because it's part of it. But I have another quilt that I'm going to be working on during the week. I'm hoping to get some of it done tomorrow, a little bit on Saturday, and then a little bit more on Sunday and Monday, and then have it ready to go up at the beginning of the week. So it'll just depend on my time and if I get interrupted. Now, as far as I know, Savannah's not coming up this weekend. So yeah, so that'll be, I mean, I'd like to see it, but at the end of the day, it'll be good because I'll be able to catch up. And I'm out on Saturday as well because I've got my stitching meet up. So I'm out all day on Saturday. So not a lot will get done during that time because I'm not taking my sewing machine. I'm taking my cross stitch. So there's that. So Jenny, if you're still here, I'll be there on Saturday. Are you going? If you are, let me know. If you're not, I might give it a miss. But I sort of want to go at the same time just to get out. I might even organise to meet Savannah over there or something, go out for lunch or something like that. I'd like to go to the bakery and get my bread because I miss having. I grab a couple of loaves of bread that do me for the month, and I just freeze them. And then I've got really nice rye bread because the bread is so nice from the bakery where we go. So I want to get a couple of loaves of bread. So I've got it here. And yeah, and I just freeze it and then I just pull it out and do what I want to do. All right, so let me know how you went in the comments. We've got about 10 minutes left of the chatty bit and then we'll go to another sprint. Let me just get rid of that banner because that's annoying. And whatnot. And if you are lurking in the background and you haven't yet subscribed, make sure you subscribe to the channel and then you can hang out with us each week and get some stuff done. These are so fiddly, these little ones. Like they're going to make tiny little pinwheels, but it's going to be super cute. I think I'm going to, as I said, just scatter these pinwheels through the back of the quilt. All right, so let me just see where we're at. If anybody knows of a granny square edge that has a picture of it, let me know. What sort of edge are you looking for? I would just probably do a search on Lion Brand. They always have that sort of stuff, finishing ideas and all that sort of stuff. I would probably try there. Might be the go. because I assume you're doing a blanket, Jean. Is that right? So yeah, if I see anything, I'll send you a picture in Voxer or on Instagram, whichever one works for me. That I will send it through for you. Would you ever do a quilt made up of covers for the women's prize books? Well, funny you should say that. You can actually do that. Because there's fabric that you can print pictures on. However, longevity wise, it's not great. No, I've done them for memory quilts and stuff like that. When people have passed away, they've asked me to, make a quilt that has the pictures in it and stuff like that, and you print the pictures on the fabric, and then you heat set it, and it's great for a wall hanging and stuff like that. But yeah, it's not longevity wise. I don't really like to wash them or anything like that either. I've quilted a number of them for people as well. When family members have passed away and whatnot, they've done it with their shirts as well, or bits of clothing and stuff like that. I've made a few memory quilts like that. I've even done kids quilts where they've sent me like t-shirts or clothes that they wore when they were little babies and asked me to turn them into quilts. I've done that before as well. There's a lot of these little half square triangles here because I'll probably spend 45 minutes trying to stitch them, like pin them all together. So yeah, but I could do it, but I don't think I would though. On that, it'd be a lot of work. That's a lot of books. Hello, Tanya. How are you? Your productivity sprints are so relaxing to watch, and then they also really do inspire me to get projects that I've put on the back burner for too long. Yes, this is why. This is what my day consists of. It's pretty chill, as far as the job goes. It's pretty chill. And if you like, I'm doing these. I was going to only do these a couple times a month. But I'm really enjoying getting the productivity. Obviously, there'll be weeks where I can't do it because of commitments and whatnot. But I decided that I'm going to rotate for the rotate some of the times and stuff like that. So this month they're all at 9 a.m. Next month they will possibly be at 9 a.m. and 9 a.m. as well because of commitments and stuff like that. But as it starts to get warmer, the months warm up again, I'll start flipping them and having some at night as well. So for those that are in the UK and stuff can catch a live stream and do some productivity sprints. And I'm definitely doing month flips for the Patreon as well, because I do have live streams that I do for them as well twice a month. And because I canned the Zoom meetings and now I just have live streams because the Zoom meetings were not really happening. And so yeah, so I'm just like next month I'm doing them at 7 p.m. for the live streams. So, and I'm just sort of, because most of those get watched on the replay through Patreon. They're not necessarily sprints. They'll be where I'm just working on one project and talking my way through it. I might do some diamond painting or stuff like that. Sometimes I might do a tutorial. It just depends on the week. There is a lot here. There's a lot here. I'm going to be here for a while. Like, I've already done this little pile in the time that we're talking, and I've still got like 3 times that again to do. So yeah, there's going to be lots of these little pinwheels are going to take forever. I'm not a huge fan of working with small pieces, but they look so cute once they're done. I might even use some of these small ones maybe to do a confetti like a confetti pillow to put on the bed, like a little pillow to put stamping. So yeah, I don't know. I'll play around with them. I mean, because this is a lot of fabric to waste. Like, you can see the size of these ones. So yeah, it's a lot of fabric to waste. And then each block So I'll show you what it looks like. Each block has these little, like, we've cut 4 pinwheels off. So that's 1 pinwheel per heart that we get. So that's a lot of fabric to waste when you could make something really pretty with it. Like, even if I don't use it in my room, I can make it for Mia or the lounge room or whatever the case may be. So yeah. I have not made any progress on my diamond painting area at all. Walked past it 3 times this morning. I'm like, I need to get back to you. So yeah. Yeah, Jean, what sort of edging do you want? Sorry, I didn't even read that comment. Chatted for a bit while working and got the row 7 done. Awesome. So yeah, what sort of edge did you want, Jean? I don't know if Jean's still with us because it's getting pretty late for Jean. On that, let me know. Let Christina know as well, and we can keep an eye out for you. Like, do you want a scalloped edge? Do you just want, like, so many different edges that you could do. So yeah. And I think I am doing this right. If not, I think it will be close enough to connect them. Oh, that's fine. That's good then. Just 3 more rows and it will be done, and then I will know for sure. Excellent. Christina also agrees with Christina. I'm so glad you started doing these, Nicole. Yeah, I've been thinking about them for a while, but I've, like with my crafting side of things, everybody knows I've been having a bit of a hard time, that just being motivated and stuff like that. I've talked about it in my videos and stuff. And I think this is going to help me to get a little bit more motivation, a little bit more inspiration and all the rest of it, because I've just taken tutorials off the table for a little bit. Like, I do have some that are in the pipeline, but I'm not doing as many as I was doing. I need to do some designing and stuff. I want to do another row by row because I pulled my row by rows out the other day, and which you'll get to see in the quilt tube that comes out when that comes out. If you want to see early access, like, of videos and stuff like that, consider joining on the lowest tier of the Patreon, because you get early access to all the crafty videos that go up. So you'll know stuff that's happening before everybody else and whatnot. So maybe check that out. And yeah, and then you can. Did you hear the timer go off? Because I just noticed that I had accidentally clicked the mute button. So I'm sorry if I scared anybody with my voice just coming back in. It didn't realize that it ended. So yeah, that was weird. I must have accidentally bumped it. I moved my cup and I hit the keyboard. So I must have, must have been hovering on that and did something, because I just noticed it then. So yeah, interesting. So yeah, I'm glad that I've started doing them as well, because I feel like in the last 2 weeks I got one project. I got all the paper off last week. That's still sitting there. Have I found the rest of the fabric? No, I have not. That is Sunday's job. First thing in the morning, I'm going to get stuck into that. It's just a whole process to move that out. So I've got to do it on a weekend where I'm not here working and stuff like that. So I'm pretty sure that the fabric is in there. If not, I've got no clue. And we're going for an excursion somewhere. I decided that this project will be my Nicole's Crafty Time project, at least until I finish it. I am more relaxed right now than I have been in a week. Oh, that's awesome. I'm so glad that I can help you relax. And that's what crafting should be, just chill, just cash, taking it easy, having a cup of tea, and reading. I'm listening to the book too while I'm crafting. And this book is just like, I just so want my husband's got cars in the backyard, so I can't do what I want to do in the backyard. But the whole time I'm listening to this book, I'm just envisioning me in the backyard and just being so zen in my garden and making my little concoctions and all that sort of stuff. And it's so funny that I started reading this book, because the other day, just before I pulled this book out to read, I was going through my soap books and my herbal blends books and all that sort of stuff. And I'm like, I so want to get back into it. So I'm thinking that this coming growing season, because I'm stuff like that. And out the front here where the sun is not so harsh on the south side of the house, I'm thinking that I'm going to have a nice little sitting area, have all my herbs there, but in pots. So if I should happen to have to move from here, I can take them with me, and stuff. But get back into creating my herbal blends and playing around with teas and all that sort of stuff. I was doing a lot of that. Many years ago. Then I had children, and some herbs are not great to be around children. So, and while I've taught them as much as I can, they weren't really interested in it. Savannah is more interested in it now. Like at one stage there, I was looking at doing like cold press essential oils and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. So I'm thinking that I might just play around in the garden and get a little bit more stuff done out there and just potter around and spend, an hour a day out there. That's all I really need. It's not going to be an absolute mammoth farm or anything like that. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking of doing in the growing season. And listening to this book, it's longing me, like I'm longing for that. Because truth be told, I wouldn't live in a town. I would live in the middle of the bush, really secluded. These days, as long as I'd had my internet and all the rest of it, I could do all my things. I would essentially live off the land if I could. And we did do that for a while. But Brendan is not a farm boy. He needs to be in a town and all that sort of stuff. So we spent a good 9 years out there, maybe a bit longer, out there, and lived on solar power, grew our own food, all that sort of stuff. And we did it for a while, but he just was not happy out there being so far away from, shops and all that sort of stuff, and just didn't like it. So yeah. So, and then the girls needed to go to a decent school. The school was okay out there, but it was never going to serve Savannah's purposes and all that sort of stuff. So I moved into town. I said I didn't want to go back to the city. This was as far as I was going to go, because it's still pretty cash here and all the rest of it. But truth be told, you stick me in the middle of the bush and I'd be just fine. I wouldn't even care. Like I'd need to have power to run the internet and all that sort of stuff. But if I couldn't have it, I don't know whether I'd actually be that fussed by it, not having it or not. So yeah. Maxine did 3 flowers this time. That is awesome. Oh, and are you looking for an edge for each square or around the whole thing? Yes, that is a very good question. That is a very good question. Yes, you can ask a book question. It's fine. Everybody here, I feel like everybody here knows that I read a lot of books. Some of the crafters do get a bit pissy, but if I just talk of nothing but books, they get a bit pissy, but that's fine. But yeah, no, ask away. I really do appreciate the time that you take to include all of us in your lovely crafting. Thank you, Tanya. So sweet. I appreciate it as well. I love that you turn up and everybody sort of hangs out here. And yeah, so when I'm crafting, like if you're feeling very, very relaxed right now, that's how I get when I craft. And my kids say it to me all the time, that like, because I think I'm a highly strung person, like I'm always on the go. But a lot of people say I just have this presence when I'm doing stuff. I don't believe it, but a lot of people do say it, so it must be true on some sense. And even the girls say it as well. Like at times, it's like you just sit near you and you just automatically relax. And my partner also says, as long as I just let people let me go with the flow, it's all good. And that. So I'm glad that you're feeling relaxed, and you're enjoying the crafting videos and all that sort of stuff. That is what I forgot. My book. Wait, what book are you reading? I am reading Last of the Moon Girls. Let me just bring it up for you. It's magical realism, mystery as well. It's got a mild thriller, if that makes sense. On that, like there is some thriller aspects to it, but it's not like full on. Let me just bring my Kindle book up so you can see it. Get the library. Where is it? Well, let me get my Kindle books. It's probably the easier way to go. me just bring it up. It's opening up. It's taking its time. Anytime now. Anytime now. It's got 390 pages in it, and I'm just loving it. Come on, bring up my... I hate it when it does this on the phone. Thank you. I'll just bring out the cover for you. So it's on Kindle Unlimited because for those that don't know, on the book channel, I am doing a month-long read-along where I read all the things off the Kindle Unlimited list that I've borrowed. But, like, I just picture myself, this is me. Like, this would be me just walking through barefoot, not caring. It's by Barbara Davis. I love her writing. Like, she's got a lot of books on KU. I read last year, I read by her, I think it was called The Book of Happy Endings or something. I can't remember now. I'm just trying to think what it was. Let me just go back here. And Barbara Davis is the author. That's not how you spell Davis. Fat fingers don't work. The Keeper of Happy Endings, and it was set in Paris, and they all come with audio as well, which makes it super friendly for crafting and all that sort of stuff. So that one was set as I said, in France. The Business of Happy Endings. For generations, her family has kept an exclusive bridal salon in Paris where magic is worked with needle and thread. So that was right up my alley because it was like needle and thread. I'm all over that. And, like, I just don't hear anybody talk about her books, and it's quite amazing that we don't. So yeah, it's a good book. I'm really enjoying The Last of the Moon Girls. I want to send my 88-year-old aunt a book. She loves Mennonite romances or light books. Any suggestions? She probably won't like the magical realism of that. Anything by Fiona Falpy. She's not Mennonite, but they're nice light romances, usually set in some small town of a particular country. She writes some stuff around World War II as well, like for people that were fleeing. Like, there's been some about the Jews and stuff like that. Yeah, there's lots of... who else would I recommend? Let me think on that, and I'll send through some authors that she may like. As for Mennonite romances, I would hit up... what is her name? Sarah. She hangs out with Storm Reads on a Monday night. Sarah reads a lot of Amish cozies and stuff like that. So yeah, I would check her out. She would have a lot of recommendations. I can't think of what her channel name is. That is terrible. I watch her all the time. What are the craft books that you got from NetGalley? Do the publishers ever ask you to do review videos? No, no publishers ask me. I get rejected for most that I request. So most of the craft books that I have got, there's been a couple that I've been approved for. One of them, most of them are Read It Now ones that I've been doing. So just to get some onto the books and whatnot. So they haven't ever asked me, but I've been doing... I just did an activist one, so where craft and activism is brought together. It was very Americanized, but you can definitely learn a lot about the things and everything if you're elsewhere in the globe. And I reviewed last night a quilt one. It was a rainbow quilt one, and that had quite a number of beautiful quilts. It's not due out until the end of July, I think. The activist one is not due out until October. And then I think I've got a couple more there. I can't think of... There's a cross stitch one, but there's issues with it opening up. So that is not even on my shelf anymore, but it is on the internet, but I can't download it, and there's a message there. So that is, because it's still on my thing, it's going to affect my score. So I'm actually going to just put that I was granted this, but upon receiving it, wasn't able to open it, and now there's a message from the publisher saying it's unavailable right now because of formatting issues or whatever. So I don't know if it's going to come back or not. So I'm going to leave it and wait until it's closer to the publication date, which I think is August. So yeah. I was thinking of like mini granny squares to go around the outside of Solid Blanket. Yep, that's fair. But I can't seem to find a picture. Check out Lion Brand or Red Heart Brand. They have a lot of free stuff. So yeah. I'm not a country person. I stayed with my aunt who lives in a secluded part of the state. By day 3, I said, I am so sick of nature. I need my stores. I don't get me wrong. I love going to my stores, but I like to go and visit it, not be part of my day-to-day stuff. So yeah. When I knit, I'm as zen as if I was doing yoga. Yeah. People say that that yoga is relaxing. I find it very stressful. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. I don't know. I don't know because I'm just stretching and bending and all the rest of it. I guess once you get into the flow of it, that I want to read that one. I like her Echoes of Old Books. Yeah, that's the next one that I've got on my list to read. Hello. Yeah, that's it. Bookish knitter. That's it. Yeah. I love craft friendly reading. Yeah, and that. They also do our mission in April. That's exactly right. All right. So we have talked a little bit longer than what we should. We're going to go to another sprint. I know what you are thinking of. I think, Jean. Okay, yeah. Christina's on it. All right. We are going to go to another sprint. This will be, we'll see how we go. We'll see where we end up. This might be our last one. We'll see how we go. Let me just rewind this back to 45 minutes. We talked a little bit longer than we normally do. We talked for half an hour then, but that's okay. Let us start the timer and bring the banner back. And there'll be more chatting when we come back. Happy crafting, everyone. Okay, we are back. Let me just remove that. Back down to here. So, as you would have seen, I got a fair bit done. So, I've just put these all together in lots of 4. And I'm just pinning them together because then I know I don't have to sort those colors out again because that's painful. But like when you think about it, like look at all those pinwheels. That 4 of them make a pinwheel. So that is a lot of fabric that would have been otherwise just thrown in the scrap pile on that. So now I can make little pinwheels with them. But I'm telling you, it's pretty hard to sort some of these colors. They look the same, and then no, that's not the same. So how did everybody else go? Let us know in the comments how you went. No. There we go. That's that one. I've got a couple of oranges in here that are very close in color. So, and of course, I'm looking at the back side of the fabric, so it makes it a little bit trickier to get the right color matched up. But the next step, and what's the time? Okay, so we've probably got a time for a for one more sprint, and then we'll call it a day, because then I'll be hungry and want something to eat, and I've got a few other things that I've got to do. So we'll chit chat for a little bit, and then so basically what I'm going to do now is the little ones I'm not going to do today. I'm just going to get them into their little piles and leave it at that. But I will be I will press these other ones and start squaring them up in the next sprint. And I think that is like I've done a lot today, which is really good. I'm pretty happy with my progress ouch today. Pins. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. I'm in dire need for a cuppa as well. Narrowly just come home from work as well. That's who you probably see me talking to if you're looking at the screen. I don't often talk to myself. Sometimes I do, because sometimes you need expert opinion on what you're doing. Yeah, but I'm really happy that I've got, like, I have been dreading doing this, the little bits and pieces. So doing these live streams are really helping out with that sort of stuff. So I am super chuffed that I've got all these done. I don't have any leftovers. They're all in sets of 4. And I'll count in a moment how many I actually do have for this, because I think this is going to look amazing. Like, it'll end up being a quilt on it, like a reversible quilt, because I'm doing this on the back. So I will measure the top before I make the back, obviously, because I need to have extra stuff on the outside. And remember, I'm doing a heart in heart on this, so there's going to be a lot of negative space on the back of this quilt. So I want to make sure that I have a big enough border so these are sort of in the center of the quilt and not going to not cut off on the edge. So I will add an extra 6 inches all the way around, and then I'll play around on the quilting machine to get it centered right. And yeah, so I may even with the top, what I'll do is actually find the center of the backing, find the center of the wadding, put that on, then find the center of the top and pin that, and then stitch that down. And then that means that I will have everything centered then, because it'll match to the sides and whatnot. So I'll end up with, so I've got this one, which is just random. So I'm just going to leave that out of the equation. So for the back, I've got, some of this fabric here to make some little hearts. So I'm still going to end up with even more wastage and stuff like that. So I'll have some smaller pinwheels, and I may once I pull out the binding fabric, I'm got to work out how big it's going to be. I'll have this to do the binding fabric. So that's a bit darker. So that'll tie it all in. But I should be able to get a few hearts out of this, because there's a decent chunk there left. So that means that I'll have a couple of different size pinwheels as well. So I have that there. All the dark stuff is getting used for the binding. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. So I have 30 little pinwheels. And then I've got, I don't know how many I've got here. So let's have a count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. These are for the front, so I've got the 4th there. So I probably won't need to use this, so I might just end up turning this into like a little coaster or something like that. But I've got 10, so that gives it even. And then I'm going to make some hearts as well. So I'm going to have 2 hearts. I think 2 hearts from the front. So this size here. Which means that I'll have a purple and a green go on the back because I only have 1 of those, whereas everything else I've got 2 of. So I'll take the purple and the green, which is these ones here. So remember I said I used a couple of the fabrics. So I'll have a purple heart on the back and this greenish one on the back as well. So, and then I'll have the others in this color. I'll make some hearts to go on the back because I've also got to make some hearts for the front. So I've got to make 4 for the front, and then whatever's left I'll make up in hearts. So they might be a bit smaller and whatnot. So I am pretty darn happy with the fact that I'm going to get to use all of this fabric, and I don't think there's going to be any wastage. I think that there's going to be enough of that dark fabric to to basically use for binding and whatnot. So yeah, I'm pretty chuffed with what I'm going to do. So I'm essentially getting 2 quilts out of 1. Now, ideally, I could just use plain backing fabric and actually end up with 2 quilts. But the problem is I don't have enough of that binding fabric to do. I don't know whether I do or not, but I don't think I have enough binding fabric there to do 2 quilts. And I would like to tie them in. So, and I'm just going to do it like confetti. So I'm just going to put the hearts anywhere. There'll be a couple of big ones, a couple of small ones, a couple of extra small ones of the hearts. And then the pinwheels are just going to get scattered throughout. So the front of the quilt, I have all the bits and pieces that I need for that now. So these will get, these are all sewn together. I've just got to press them. And I'm going to do that in the next sprint and get them sorted. I will sew these into the pinwheels because I need to know what size they are, so I can add some white fabric around it to build it out to match the size of these because it's in the front row. And of course, I've also going to be putting sashing, I think, between each of the blocks, so each row has its own thing, so it will make the hearts look like they're just floating, like they're not got cornerstones or anything like that. So that is the plan. All right, so let me put those back there so I know that they go there. And then these ones here will be for another day to sew into pinwheels, so probably next week. Actually, I probably just want to start on working on the front of the quilt, get some of that sewn together, and the pinwheels and stuff like that. I don't have very long left on my book either. I have only got 12 minutes, so I should finish that in the next one. So once I'm finished doing the sprints, I will talk about that, and then I will wrap that up and pull out another one and start reading. All right, so I'm going to, this is going to kill me when I go into this box because I'm going to get stabbed by pins. But I'm going to put these all over in the box where I know where they are. So I think 30 and another 10 big ones. And then, as I said, I've got a couple more hearts, so there'll be some other different sizes. I think scattering that around is going to make a huge quilt. Like, not as negative space as what I thought it might be. All right, let's have a look and see how everyone went. Okay. Oh no, you got paused when I went to search stuff. Oh no. So for Jean, I can't find one yet either, but I think I know how to do the scranny squares and connect them, and then you could just connect them with a knitted blanket same way. Okay, that makes sense. Make smaller squares. I can find small square patterns. if that's what you needed. I'm not too sure if Jean is still here. And that I think Jean might have left because it's pretty darn late. So I think I finished my square, but it looked way smaller than the one I had done before. So I stretched it a bit. Stretch it in to make it fit. You go. Would you say that learning to quilt on a blanket or a coaster is way easier with different sizes? I know smaller is easier sometimes. Well, I don't know. Like, I don't like these are tiny and these are hard. Like to work with something this small. Like this is going to end up probably like a 2-inch, a 1.5-inch pinwheel. Okay, so it's going to look like a little tiny pinwheel. If I get time in the next one, I'll sew up one so you can see. But working with small stuff is a little bit tricky. You have to be even more accurate with the smaller stuff, I find. And you've got to be careful when you're pressing and all that sort of stuff. But with like something this size, you've got more fabric to work with. You also have more room to make mistakes too, believe it or not. You can get a little bit wonky and stuff because with patchworking, you have to be very accurate. Otherwise, you're going to be doing what you did with your crochet square, fudging it all up. And fudging up doesn't always work or turn out the way you think it's going to turn out. But if you were if you're talking like patchworking, that's patchworking. But if you're talking quilting where you're sandwiching the 3 layers together, backing, the middle, and the top, yes, working on something smaller is way easier than working on something huge. And not everybody does what I'm doing right now. Most people will get a pattern and they'll just do it. I ended up with fabric. I just went, oh, I'm going to make this because I think it'll look pretty. And then it just flowed from there. So I've got stuff, floating around in my head that may or may not work. Like I've got these pinwheels. They're not going to be the size of what these hearts are. So I basically now have to build this out so it's the same size. So there's going to be a little bit of math in that. No, I'm not real good at math. So yeah. We'll see how it turns out. I could end up with a disaster area on hand. Who knows? We'll find out soon enough, right? Hello, Sav. How are you? Hi, everyone. Hi, Nicole. Nice to see an Australian channel out here live. Yeah, I do a lot of live streaming. I do more over in the booktube community than I do in the craft community. But I'm here to get stuff done, and I'm bringing everybody along with with me. And how are you today? So hopefully you're going really well. And what are you working on? I'll message her on Instagram just in case. Yeah, that's probably the best way to go. And so we are going to do one last sprint where we go quiet and do some more stuff. That is the kind of what I thought. I mean, smaller is easier with crochet, like a mug rug and stuff. Yeah. So patchworking is a little bit tricky, but as long as you're accurate and you take your time, like you would have seen that I wasn't sewing very fast when I was putting them together because I've got like marks on machine and I was trying to get a scant 1/4 inch, because if I do a scant 1/4 inch, which is just a little bit less than what my presser foot is, it'll actually give me a better finish with the smaller parts. So that's what I was going for with that one. I'm glad that you're well and you're working on some curtains from scratch at the moment. Nice. I have not made curtains in many, many years. And I remember when I did make them, I had no clue what I was doing. They turned out okay, but I had no clue what I was doing. So that was a little bit tricky and whatnot. But yeah. All right. Let us bring up the timer. We are going to come back after the when the timer finishes. We'll come back and have a little bit of a chit chat and wrap up. So this will actually be the last sprint, and I just put up the wrong one, and sounds like fun. And why is it nothing hiding for me? That's me too. No clue. Starting this from my mum. I think the how we all start, right? But yeah, no, hopefully it's going well for you. We're going to go quiet now because if you're new here, basically we'll go quiet and we're going to hyper focus on what we're doing. And when we come back, we'll wrap things up. But this will definitely be the last sprint as well. All right. Yes, they are going to be amazing. A demo fabric with an 8 centimeter strip with 3 different colors. Nice. Nice. Very nice. All right, let's start that timer over again on a pencil pleat finish. Oh my goodness, you have jumped in. Wow, that is awesome. I do not envy you doing. All right, we're going to do 45 minutes of hyper focus, and I'll see you when we get back. All right. Well, I managed to get everything I wanted to get done today. And my little container looks so much neater than what it was when we started out the day. But I've made the pinwheels. They're 7.5 inches. So yeah, so they are similar. They are the same color as the hearts that I'm going to add into the front, those extra ones that I did. And so we now know that we'll have 10 7.5 inch pinwheels on the back of this quilt. So the next lot that I've got to do are the smaller ones. I didn't have time to do another one. I was just taking it really slow because I just didn't want to have to unpick or anything like that. So I took it a little bit slower, just getting rid of all the bits of cotton and everything. But these are all squared up now, which is great. And that. So let me know how you went in that sprint. That was our last one. So there is the green one. And then we have the blue one. And then we have a pink one. And a lime green. So they are going to be the cornerstones on the quilt, and then there'll be a smaller heart out from that. Okay, so that's what we're doing because we're trying to use up all the fabric, and I'm pretty happy with that size pinwheel for the back of the quilt because we have 10 of those, and then we'll just have those little ones that'll be, there's 30 of those, they'll be like confetti, and then we'll have some other different sizes as well because we'll be cutting up some more hearts and stuff like that, so we'll have some more scrap. Hopefully that'll stay there. But it's looking a lot neater in here now. This was all just a schmozzle, but everything is sewn together that we need. Of course, as I said, I've got to make a few more hearts, but I want to wait until I've got the front of the quilt done before I make a decision on what size border I'm putting on the front. So all of these other ones, I finished my book too, by the way, it ended perfectly. So these big ones will make these ones. So these are going for the front in the cornerstones, and then these are going for the back, and the same as these little ones, they'll be on the back as well. But as I said earlier, I do have some fabric left over where I can make a smaller heart. So I just have to work out what size I'm going to make it. And yeah, because that will determine what size my border is. For the top and the sides. So yeah, because these end up being rectangles, so I might need to do something a little bit different, like the hearts maybe a different shape, or I don't have them at all in my border. So I'll have to play around with it a little bit and work out what I'm going to do. So yeah, I'm sure I can work out how to make them square. I'll probably do that in some software and whatnot. So making them a heart, but just a little bit different, sewn together. So, yeah. So I'll end up having two quilts in one. So that's what I've got done. This is for the front, so that's going to sit in there nicely. I now have all the hearts I need. Now there's 2 hearts that I'm going to put on the back as well, 2 large ones, so they'll go on the back. And yeah, so it's going to be a nice little quilt. And to think, like, I've got a front and a back in here in the way of piecing, so it all fits in nicely. It was a schmozzle this morning, like there was stuff just thrown in there everywhere. So I'm glad that I've got all those little triangles now sewn together, so they're not going to be floating around everywhere. And I've got the pinwheels done, I've got the other larger triangles done, and I got all those hearts done today. So it's been a really productive 4.5 hours. I'm really happy with my progress today. So yeah. Okay, so not totally sure that it was the right hook. So started another one with a hook one size larger, and we'll see how that goes. Yeah. Backside of the quilt. Yes, I am making a reversible quilt. So I could make 2 quilts out of what I've got here quite easily, but I don't have enough for binding for the second quilt, so I just thought I'd make it reversible instead, and that way the other side of the quilt won't have plain white fabric. It'll have a pattern, like a tone on tone fabric, And then I'll just have these pinwheels scattered throughout. They'll look a little bit different from the rest of the fabric, but that tone on tone fabric has like zigzags on it. So it will just blend in quite nicely, which if you're here next week, you'll probably see, see that fabric anyway. So yeah. And I've got to do a little bit of fluffing around when it comes time to quilting it, because I'm going to quilt on a longer machine. I can't see the underneath. So I need to make sure that everything is centered up before I get it into the quilt. So I'll have to do some sewing and fluffing around and all that sort of stuff. It's been a long time since I've done a reversible quilt in the long arm machine, because most people don't do that these days. But when you don't have enough binding and you can't get this fabric anymore, a reversible quilt it is. And this is a quilt that I'm keeping for myself. I was going to give it to Mia, but it's way too big for her bed. So it's going to be one that I'll use in spring or something like that, because it's got really spring colors. So yeah. And I like the idea of having a reversible quilt, because I can change it up every week, have a different quilt. Are you going to be doing these every week? Yes, I am going to be doing these every week. There will be the odd occasion where I'm away or something and I won't be able to do it. So yeah, so every Thursday is when Wednesday night for you, but yeah, every Thursday morning I'm going to be doing them. And as we go on, when the weather gets warmer, I may do them at different times, so there'll be some morning time sprints and stuff like that, but we'll see how we go. Right now, because of the weather and how cold it is, I'm going to be just doing these at 9 a.m. on a Thursday. The Patreon sprints will be alternating. So there'll be a couple of Thursdays every second month that we may not have it. It'll just depend when I can do the Patreon. I might end up doing the Patreon sprints on a Tuesday, so it doesn't interfere with the Thursday ones. We'll just see how we go, because don't tell anybody, I'm going to have a BookTube Patreon soon. So I have to work in the time there, and I only have so much time in a day. So I have to work in some private sprints and stuff for that as well. So yeah, that's really cool. I like the idea of the reversible idea. So do I. It's two birds. I don't have to quilt up 2 quilts, and I'm doing a heart in heart quilt pattern on this, so it'll be the same. Whatever's on the top will be on the bottom. So I will be doing a I don't know what color I'm going to go on the bottom, whether I'm going to go with the variegated or not. On that, I might just go with the plain, make it a little bit more subtle. We'll see how we go. Yeah, because I was thinking of doing a variegated on the front, because we're going to have white squares in between each heart. So yeah. So I have reading sprints and crafting sprints now. All I need is a cleaning and chore sprint, an exercise sprint, and you'll be fine. That's so funny. You can always do a 45-minute exercise sprint at the beginning of the craft one. You'll be fine. She will grow into the big one now. Yeah, she's already got a big one, so I don't think she needs another one, and she's not here enough to use them. And when she is here a lot, it's hot. So yeah, but I decided that I'm going to use it for me anyway. I always give all my quilts away. I don't often keep stuff for myself. There's a couple that I've made that I really want to keep for myself. So, I mean, eventually the girls will get them. So right now I'm doing a block of the month on the Patreon, which is the gold tier. And that is a quilt that I designed years and years ago, and I taught it as a class to about 5 people way back when I first started teaching. And I've never sold it to the public or anything like that. And so I decided that I was going to do it as a Patreon one, and then once it's all done. So now I have actually 3 of the same quilt. I've got one in red and white. I've got one in green and red and dark navy blue, because there's a little speck of that, and then I've got one in a gold brown and cream, which is the original one on that. But you will get to eventually see them once they're all done. The red and white one has been done and dusted for, I want to say I finished that because I started it in 2011, and then I set it aside, and I'm pretty sure I finished that in 2013, Christmas of 2013. So yeah. Yeah. Thanks for today. Enjoy the rest of your day too. Thank you very much for being here, Christine. I appreciate it. Hopefully some more people will come over. I'm stuck with the builder's tape measurement and a 3-meter drop. Oh no, I'm no good. I've not made I've never done pencil pleat curtains and that. I wish you luck, Sav. I hope that you get it all done. Come back next week and let us know how you went. And or you can drop it in on the replay or something like that, because this will be available for the replay as well. I always feel bad when I don't read on a reading sprint, but they're reading and productivity sprints. So this is a craft productivity. So the object of the game is to actually do some craft and all that sort of stuff. But you don't have to. I don't know what you're doing on that. I mean, I appreciate your company and everything when we come back for the chatty bits. It also makes it a lot easier to be actually talking to someone as opposed to just prattling on to myself. But if you would like extra content or anything like that, be sure to check out my Patreon. The links are down below. We do have early access to videos that go up on the channel and stuff like that. We have the live streams here as well, but also over there. And yeah, we just do lots of stuff around here. So yeah, we'll come back. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot. It's always good to have more Aussie people supporting Aussie channels as well. But it's hard. There are a lot of US based channels out there, and they're good. You can't help but watch them. But I'm starting to see a bit of a trend in the last couple of months. I'm starting to see more and more Aussies appearing on my channel. I'm getting more and more comments like, yay, finally an Aussie. I just know that I don't work in centimeters because I am predominantly a quilter, and none of my rulers are in centimeters. They are all in inches. I have one measuring tape that is in both that I use for when I'm doing up my measurements for quilting. But that's it. Other than that, I usually just put everything in inches. So I do hope that you don't mind that. I have had complaints from other people in other countries before, but it is a lot of work to put a video out. I don't need to add extra stuff in, and I'd always muck it up anyway. And I don't feel, when it comes to quilting, I just don't feel like centimeters are as accurate as the inches are. So yeah. Charity begins at home. Very true. Very true. And we need to support more Aussie creators so we get more Aussie creators as well. So I do appreciate you being here today, Sav. I really do appreciate it. I make the bed and fold the laundry and read, but I'm trying to find a balance and get things done. And you know that sprinting, how... I have actually started having a list. Like when I've got a sprint over on BookTube, I basically I do I've got sprints, right? So I'm hosting the sprints. I've got sprints on Friday, and then each sprint, we'd normally get 6 sprints in on a Friday. So I have 6 hours there that I can do stuff. And then so I will put in what I want to do in that task. So apart from reading, because I'm the host, I have to read. But sometimes I don't. If I've got to do like reviews and stuff, I don't do that. I will put down exactly what I want to do in each of that sprint, and that's the task that I do. So it's a list within a list, if that makes sense. So yeah, I'm the same. I do work in centimeters as well. Like when I'm doing up a quilt for someone, when they come to buy fabric from me, I do it in the metric system, and then but I work out how much it's going to cost in the in inches. Because it's a lot easier to work it out in inches than having like decimal points and stuff with centimeters. So to cut the fabric, I'm cutting in metric, but to work out the costing for the quilting service, I'm in imperial. So yes, we do. We are the metric system here. I think America is the only place left now that has imperial. I could be wrong, but I know that most of Asia now is all metric. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that, and I know Canada is also metric as well. I'm fairly certain, I'm not 100%, but I'm somewhat certain that I think the US is the only one that still uses imperial. We do, our generation often does both. Yeah, very much so. I use interest. Yeah. We could all do without interest, right? Uh, but the younger we were taught metric, but only the younger generation. That's fair. And yeah, thank you for being. Hopefully, we'll see you again next week. Have a craft and bring it along and get some stuff done. When school gets out, bedtime goes away a bit, so I can stay up a bit later. So no 8 a.m. classes. So I'm excited. Yes, summer vacation coming for everybody. I'd be excited too. I didn't even know it was called Imperial, or did I forget? Yeah, so you've got Imperial and metric. Imperial is because it's the old school what England used to use and stuff like that. So yeah, which is quite interesting because we use kilos and stuff here, but England still uses the old for weights and measurements. They still, when they're weighing people, they still use stones to weigh people instead of pounds and stuff like that. Yeah, where you guys use pounds, and like it's so weird, like how it all works out. But yeah. We up until the mid 80s, we were still using stones here as well. That so pounds and stones, yeah, very much. We also we also like our GMO and processed foods. Okay, Christina. My mum did height in foot and inches and body measurements in feet and inches. That's how I learned it. Yeah, stones weigh stones weight, pounds money. Yeah, yeah. That's exactly right. Whereas we use the dollar system, dollar and cents here, and the metric system for everything now. But on that note, we have got to the end of the comments. I'd just like to say thank you to everybody that has been commenting today and been very active in the comments. It's been great to have your company here today. And as you've seen, we've got a lot done. So that's generally the standard. It'll be 3 or 4 sprints each week that we'll do, which is a decent amount of crafting. And you can see how much you get done when you just hyper focus and then you have that little bit of a break and we chit chat and all the rest of it. So next week we'll be back again at the same time of 9 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, which I'm not 100% sure what time that is in where you are, Christina, or where Jean is. But thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate it. And oh, thank you, Sab. I appreciate that too. Nice live stream. I hope I get a notification. Thank you very much for subscribing. And yes, you should get a notification. We also have a Facebook page too, where we tag everybody on a Thursday for the live stream as well. So if that's something that you're interested in, you can head on over there. Make sure that you answer the questions and you'll get automatically added to the group. That way you won't have to wait on me to get to the group and all that sort of stuff. But we have lots of stuff happening and different crafts going up all the time as well. And Christina also has a spreadsheet that is used over in the BookTube community, and I have been added to that because I'm quite a sprinter over in the BookTube community as well. And yes, it is 9 a.m. Thursdays. If that changes, I will do a community post here, but for the foreseeable future, it is at 9 a.m. Thursdays. All right, I'm going to head off out and get some lunch because it's getting late here. I hope that you all have a wonderful day. If you are watching this on the replay, make sure that you subscribe, like the video as well. If you're here now and you haven't liked it, make sure you like it as well. Helps me get seen. And as always, happy crafting, everybody, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye for now.